De mal a pior. Aposentos de Clive. Ó, tem muita coisa pra fazer. Se pá vai ter uma arma melhor pra fazer, isso que é triste. Fiz esse Excalibur lá pra nada. Como você tá tocando ele?
Yep. What do you want?
Falei? Ela usa o rebolo pra fazer. Ah, falando nisso, eu tenho que anotar uma parada.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Ahem. Como que esse Excalibur é uma arma ruim? Fala pra mim. Faz nem sentido, pô.
And? Trouble with your gear, or fretting about us guys?
Esquentar a cabeça por causa do céu não vai me ajudar no trabalho. Então vou cuidar da minha forja e deixar a salvação do mundo a pessoas mais adequadas para o
Unless that
serviço.
is.
Quer dizer, a menos que elas queiram me ajudar a ferrar os pássaros.
You do what you need to do, Clive.
O que ele tem contra os pássaros? O que você tá vendo, né?
Still alive, are ya? Going purse weighing you down?
Espada de diamante. Ela parece bonita, pelo menos. Será que tem alguma conquista que eu tenho que ter, tipo assim... todas as espadas no inventário, então eu tenho que comprar todas as espadas? Eu espero que não.
You're rubbing me blind, you know. It'd better all be here.
Último elixir? Após o nocaute, recupera todos os PVs. Completa a barra e aumenta o poder de ataque 10%.
You'll not find a better price than that.
Ele me evita de morrer se eventualmente eu fizer merda.
Is that all?
Tudo bem que eu não sou desses, né? De fazer merda, mas se acontecer, né? Vai que eu... em algum momento o jogo trava, sei lá. Tá achando meio estranho? Por isso que eu posso perguntar pra todo mundo do céu.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
Tá meio escuro aqui, velho. Será que é por isso que eles estão perguntando do céu? O que nós temos de caça nova? Dá um make... Nossa, são 3? X. Tá, Vamare Costa Calada. Ah, é Costa Calada em Rosário. Vamare Costa Calada. Não posso fazer nada.
Otto, the realm? As long as you look past the fat storms out mother crystals and her skies, is with your uncle in the Free Cities. Sent an owl their way the moment the winds turn foul.
Do you have any...
Well, that depends on your definition of...
All right, fine. What do you suggest we...
Oh, no, I'm just a messenger. Could be that Lady Vivian and Old Tomes have their own swords. Could be that they don't.
I suppose not.
Sempre eu vou colocar a Vivian, ela vai me explicar a situação.
How is it that every one of your little excursions presages some inexplicable... Not that you are to blame for the Dominion's fate. No one could have predicted the act.
I'm sorry I couldn't save your...
My countrymen are stronger than you think. A few toppled clock towers won't...
I hope so.
Look at us. Bluer than a pair of bog crabs. Tempting though it may be, sulking will not help us find a solution to this...
You believe there's one to be found?
I don't know. But I am certain we're more likely to find it if...
Lá vai a história.
Beneath these darkened skies, fear and confusion reign over Valisthea. Oh, the lands around the fallen mother crystals had already begun to wilt for want of ether. But not like this. Crystals that filled wells and fueled furnaces, now nothing but pretty shards of rock. And those that hang from the people's necks cast nary a glimmer of light to keep the dark at bay. It is only a matter of time before the common folk convince themselves that the end of days is upon us. Yet I fear a swift end is more than we can hope for. While most of the world thirsts for ether, the remainder drowns in it, spawning Akashic in droves. And amidst the hordes of mindless beasts, with magics as like to fail as function, even the strongest nation would falter. Rosaria and the Iron Kingdom teeter on the brink of collapse, while the tragedy in Twinside has all but paralyzed the Holy Empire. Dalmekia fares little better. Rumor has it the ministers fled the capital after the fall of Drake's Fang, leaving their beloved republic to crumble. Waloed, meanwhile, moves in earnest. The Einherjar has been sighted off Storm. The world, in short, is in chaos. It would seem our civilization was nothing but a castle of sand, to be washed away at the whim of the waves.
A castle of sand.
Not my best flourish, but it seemed fitting. The reports I've received are considerably more blunt in their appraisal. Without the protection of their nations, it will fall to the people to defend themselves against those who would take what is theirs.
Which is only ever going to end one way.
Defending a farmhouse against a band of chocobo, but pitchforks and palisades will do little to stall an army's advance. Should the King of Waloed deign to invade?
Você bota fé que só agora que eu percebi que no mapa tem aquele círculo lá do caralho, aqui ó, as cachoeiras do Niágara lá, ó, é esse buraco do caralho aqui, eu só percebi isso agora. Que ela tava falando de cima, eu tava vendo um puta cuzão no mundo assim. Oh, caralho, será que é no mesmo lugar? Aí eu lembrei, pô, a gente tava indo pra Horda quando a gente viu o cu do mundo, né, velho? Caralho, é mó fita, velho. É, ela falou basicamente o óbvio, né? Como a última Mother Crystal, ou Cristal Mater, né? Como eles falam, fica em Waloed, eles são o império até então mais zica do baile, né? E o que eles fazem o que eles quiserem. Até eu ir lá e fuder eles, né?
Let me guess. You're here about...
Is there anything you don't know, Lawsman?
It doesn't take a court astrologer to augur the obvious. That, I believe, is a question the Fallen might be better. And on the 6th day, did the gods tear the sun from the firmament, visiting darkness upon their... But I dare say you remember your childhood lessons on the sins of Zemeckis?
You think they're connected? That Ultima was...
Well, he has certainly exhibited powers that...
There is nothing divine.
But he wouldn't be the first god of whom... Yet for all the fairy tales that had I the Journal of Moss the Chronicler, I may have been able to tell you more, but alas, I fear all You will forgive me, I hope.
Certainly not. Even without this journal, you provided us ample wisdom. Perhaps Otto will be more inclined to share his thoughts when he hears what the others had to say.
É, eu tô tentando entender por que caralhos, né?
Seems the hideaway has lost
Que
its...
tá tocando. Parece uma música... O comecinho parece Star Wars, velho. Crepúsculo. Tem alguma que eu não toquei? Oh! Caralho, temos a música da areia. Traição. Ah, que eu comprei lá da Marília Mendonça. Saúde, obrigado. Vou deixar tocando traição. Jill?
Clive, we have a problem.
Only one.
It would. Actually, we had as many owls arrive while you were at the shelves. Martha's got a cashier out her gates, and talk of monsters roaming the hills outside of Northreach has put the wind up Isabel and her lot.
And don't forget Dalimhill. Lubor says the village was raided by bandits.
When it rains.
It fucking pours. The curse breakers are spread thin, taking and even if I could get word to all of them, I doubt they get here in time, which means...
Jill and I.
Let them know we're on our way.
A gente quer já ajudar uma rapaziada agora. Tá, vamos aproveitar que a gente vai pra esses lugares. E aí eu já faço a caçada também. Eu só tenho que lembrar os nomes. Eu vou esquecer, porque é uns nomes muito estranhos, pô. Eu vou esquecer os nomes, mas se eu lembrasse seria bom. Ó, é Vamare, Costa Calada em Rosália. Costa Calada. E em Vamare em Dalméquia. E os outros dois eu não sei. É só Dalméquia e Rosália. Vamare, Costa Calada. Eu vou esquecer. Costa Calada. Costa. Costa Calada, ok. Vamos primeiro pra Costa Calada. Ai. Quero ficar sentadinho igual o índio. Esse bicho level 1. Vai, não para? Caralho, infinito. Nossa, achei que eu vou poder farmar, hein? Nossa, me deu muito XP esse puto aí. Tá muito dano? 87. Ai, tá dando muito XP, 200 XP. Eu vou ficar uma cotinha aqui, não vai ter jeito. Fora que demora muito pra estacar essa coisa. Ó, que demora do caralho. Os outros dois já quase mataram os bichos. Nível 2 é o máximo, aparentemente. Mas dá bastante dano, é louco. Bastante dano, dá dano pra porra. Ai, anda comigo. Sei lá, é porque tudo talvez dê bastante dano, mas é tudo muito lento do Bahamut. É meio bosta. Se os bagulho fosse um pouquinho mais rápido. Vou acabar com o sofrimento dele. Tá vendo? Tipo, qual que é a graça desse ataque? Não tem graça nenhuma, velho. O bagulho é mó sem graça. As skills do Barrabunte é mó podre. Hã? Ah, tá. É que são eles, né? Eu vou falar, ué, os caras tá aqui. Eu venho atrás dos caras. Pam, pam, pam. Tá bom.
The eyes of darken our shores again. But not for long.
Nada divertido. Como eu já tinha dito. Pra estacar bagulho serve, é mó bosta. Para! Ah, não gostei. Ah, um segundo. Demora 2 horas. Lightning. Tá ligado? Que diversão, mano. mais do que devia só porque eu tava usando a porra do Bahamut, que é uma merda, velho. Bom, né? Mas só testando pra saber que é ruim, né?
No more vengeance. No more.
Se eu não soubesse que... Se eu não testasse, eu não sabia que é ruim. Mas é bem ruinzinho, bem porcaria. Esse aqui é o que? Invoco familiar que ajuda quando eu dou... Isso aqui talvez seja interessante. Mas... né, não sei. De apoio, esse pai é bom. É a única skill assim, mais ou menos. O restante é bem... Deixa eu ver se tem alguma coisa que eu fiz de errado, sei lá. O feitiço não pode ser executado até o medidor atinja pelo menos nível 1. A maioria das habilidades não esteja disponível durante o lançamento. R1 pode ser usado para esquivar dos ataques. Esquiva-se com precisão de um ataque é chamada de esquiva Mega Flame. Execute uma esquiva para preencher... Então se eu esquivar enquanto eu carrego, ela carrega mais rápido. Mas ainda assim, o restante das esquivas é bem porcaria. Deixa eu pensar aqui. Aumenta o número de orbs. Pressionar o botão executar uma segunda vez faz as esferas explodir. A força da explosão é determinada por quantas vezes a esfera atingiu o alvo. A força da explosão será máxima quando as esferas estiverem com cor laranja. Explosões podem ser acionadas a qualquer momento, independente do status. Então eu tava usando errado, então. Então se pá é um pouco mais legal do que eu tava achando. Tá, e qual que é do sopro do dragão aqui? Pra se mover, pra mirar o sopro. O sopro pode ser usado para empurrar os inimigos... Empurrar ou puxar. Tá, esse aqui realmente é uma merda. Tem uma outra parada aqui também que eu queria saber. Calma aí. Aumenta o atributo temporariamente canalizando o poder de feats, também conhecido como semi-manifestação. Recomenda-se usar após a toda hora do inimigo ou quando os PVs ativar. A duração é determinada pelo número de barras preenchidas ao executar a habilidade. Pode ser usada a qualquer momento, independente do status de recuperação. Clive não pode ser derrotado enquanto estiver sendo manifestado, mesmo se os PV forem reduzidos a 0. Alterar o estilo, duplica feitiços, aumenta a potência de magias carregadas, explosão mágica e disparos precisos, aumenta a potência de habilidades... Então sempre que eu for bater num cara que tiver caído, é bom eu ativar essa porra. Recupera PV, aumenta a defesa, impede que seja atordoado. Ele aumenta o poder dos ataques de Icon. Entendi. Então até hoje eu estou fazendo cascatagem, não usando isso. É só assim. Tá, então... Vamos testar esse aqui. Porque esse aqui... Deixa eu ver qual que é esse aqui. Esse aqui é um super golpezão. Vamos testar esse aqui. Vamos tirar aquele bagulho lixo. Vamos colocar esse. E... não sei se eu quero continuar usando esse bagulho aqui. Que assim, é bom poder repetir, mas eu não uso tanto. Então eu acho que eu ainda prefiro o bagulho que carrega minha magia sozinho. Se eu achar, né? Isso aqui é interessante. Esse aqui é o da magia. Não, vou usar esse aqui por enquanto. Interessante. Ah, vou trocar esse aqui. Foda-se o XP dropado. Caraca, eu tinha lido o nome. Sussurro? Tá, sussurro. A XP vamos deixar alto. Tá, vamos testar assim. É, agora a gente tem que mudar de lugar, né? Vamos ver como é que fica desse jeito. Apesar de... Nossa, parei pra olhar agora que tá tudo uma merda. Apesar de eu estar jogando suave, lendo as paradas, tipo, degustando o jogo, se eu tivesse jogando por mim mesmo, tipo assim, se eu tivesse lá, deitado, tá ligado? Jogando, eu estaria upando o personagem. Eu estaria batendo em todos os bichos pra poder upar de nível, foda-se.
And you, Clive.
Mas eu faço isso depois.
Jill?
Otto said he'd been attacked by a Kashik. What exactly happened here?
Those skies are what happened. Not long after they fell dark, we had our first visit. There were hundreds of them. Tried to storm the hill. Only a handful made it up here, but that was more than enough. The rest are still down there now. And while we have a few willing fighters holding them back, they're sorely outnumbered.
What do you think, Clive?
That we join the fight?
I thought you'd never offer. Now, where I need you is the Fallen Gate. That's where the fighting is fiercest. Let the men know you've come to help. Something tells me they'll be pleased to see you.
We're on our way.
Do you think there are as many as Martha says?
More.
You don't think they've abandoned us, do you?
Aqui embaixo parece ser de boa. Os caras fizeram barricadas aqui. E aí?
Clive, wounded.
We deal with the Akashic first.
Au, au. Dá um daninho bom esse orb. Interessantinho. Eu nem usei o outro, né, pra estourar. Esqueci.
These men don't have the look of hired swords.
Halala, halala, halala.
If you've come to rob this...
You are mistaken, We're here by Madame Martha.
How do you know my name?
Forgive me, my lord. There wasn't time for introduction.
Wade's men? Where is your commander?
Sir Wade left earlier with a scouting party to find out...
Did he? Take your wounded back to the inn. Martha will see you're looked after.
Isso é tão de filme, né? A câmera subir quando acaba um bagulho.
And to think you took them for thieves. A A fine reward for holding off.
When did Wade and his men arrive?
Not long after Rosalith fell. The Guardians asked me to shelter some of them. They were making ready to leave just as the skies turned, and we agreed it was best.
Martha, the scouting party's almost at the lift. But they got a pack of Akashics, and they got wounded with them.
Damn it all.
We'll worry about them, Mom.
You look after everyone here. If any can still fight...
I will. You two be safe now.
Caralho, deu muita merda, né, velho? Eu pensei que quando a gente destruísse os Mother Crystal, que não ia ter tanto éter no ar, tá ligado? Eu pensava que o fato de ter vários cristais gigantes no mundo é o que fazia o mundo ter muito éter. E os Akashicos só existe porque uma criatura fica cheia de éter. Aí eu pensei, pô, vou quebrar os cristais e vai parar de ter éter. Mas aparentemente tá tendo surto de éter e tá tudo virando Akashico.
Squire, I need you to get those who can still walk up the lift to Martha's. But what about... I didn't ask, Oscar. Sir.
I didn't ask.
So Wade.
Lord Rossfield. If you are...
Martha seemed to think you might need some help. And by the looks of it...
We thought we could sneak by that, but we didn't know there would be so many.
Behind you!
Fora que eles são tipo...
Damn it! We need to get the injured to safety.
Do you think we can hold them off?
Mas estão falando com má vontade,
We
né?
can certainly try.
Olha lá. Olha
You
essa
with us,
bota.
Sir Wade?
Always.
Then let's do our duty.
Que foi isso? Eu não tô entendendo o que tá acontecendo. Esqueci de estourar o bagulho. O que isso tá acontecendo? Eu não tô entendendo. Por que eu tô dando esses dash diferentes? Eu não tô entendendo. Por que eu tô dando esses dash diferenciados? É por conta do... Lembrei. É por causa do artefato lá, que quando eu faço uma esquiva boa, ele aumenta meus ataques.
I don't think so.
Lembrei. Mas, pô, ele muda a animação, pô.
Pulled me from the flames. It's just a pity I keep walking into them.
You've never been one to shy away from danger, Sir Wade. Like any shield worthy of the name.
I
I see you're all in one piece.
Martha!
Is something wrong?
The lookout saw smoke coming from down Eastpool way. Too thick to be a hearth.
A second horde.
Feel like finishing the job.
Always.
Jill and I will make for Eastpool. You'll need to move the injured without us.
Don't you worry about them.
The moment my men are safe, I'll follow. Good luck.
Tá. Aparentemente não é tão horrível. Não é tão horrível o Bahamut. Você tem que só saber jogar. Mas eu ainda acho o do Titã um pouco mais útil. Aqui do Titã é útil contra single target, porque ele tem a defesa, ele tem... Agora o Bahamut tem um dano em área absurdo. O dano em área dele é bem bom. Só que você tem que saber controlar o time. Mas não é tão ruim não, como eu tava pensando. É bem de boa até. Trolei.
They're headed for the rest.
You'll have to slow them down. Martha and the others won't be ready.
Alô? Olha que embarricada, velho. Caralho, eu tava com escuro.
Something's coming.
Apologies, my lord. Did I miss anything?
Only the first round, so wait.
Olha essa bosta. Eles falam uma entonação, eu acho. Ainda não consegui fazer exatamente o que eu quero com o Bahamut, que é assim que eu ver que ele vai usar um ataque, eu uso o Bahamut, uso as asinhas, esquivo, ganho o nível, uso o bagulho, uso o... É muita coisa.
But it won't be long before the next lot arrive.
Then we make for Martha's while we can.
Por enquanto ainda tô meio bugado.
What What did you find out there?
The same as Sir Wade. Scores of Akashic.
Well, wherever they came from, they're gone now. Our lookout. Hopefully we'll have enough time to lick our wounds.
How many of your men were injured?
A damn sight less than if you hadn't turned.
It was a hard-fought victory. But as long as the skies remain dark, I fear the Akashic's numbers are only going... It's not a matter of if the Horde will be back, but when. And whether that's sooner or later, the inn here affords a good view of the land, and is easily defendable.
What do you say, Martha? You'd have more...
Well, when you put it like...
Encharpe dos Guardiões.
My lord, there's someone I'd like you to... Oscar, over here.
Oscar.
It is an honor to... I am Oscar.
Murdoch. I wasn't aware the Lord Commander had children.
Oh, he didn't. But his brother, my father, did. I am Sir Rodney's nephew.
Well, go on, then. It's not for me to ask.
Yes, so... If it please you, my Lord Marquis, might you take... I would learn the duties of a shield from the finest.
But I am a shield no longer. And spending time in the company of an outlaw hardly seems a fitting education for one.
My Aunt Hannah once told me that a man is not defined by his title, but what he does in its name. You have accomplished much since taking on the mantle of Cid, winning no little honor, and I would sooner serve under an honor... not that Sir Wade and the other Guardians are...
It's all right, Wayne. There is only so much the boy can learn from me, my...
But a
Não. Peso
Would that
morto.
really be so bad?
Sim, ia ser uma
You were a
porra.
squire once?
Não. Quero ninguém andando comigo, não, mano.
Know that I'll show you as much lenience.
I would not have it any other...
Ai, ele aceitou, cara. Não quero andar com esse cara, não. Precisamos agora... Como é que era o nome lá do bagulho? Era com V, não era? Vamare? É, Vamare. Puta merda, não tem nada ali perto pra dar TP, velho. Jesus Cristo. Nossa senhora. Vamos até Vamare. Quando estiver lá no campo aberto eu luto. Estamos muito longe ainda. Caralho. Como é que eu disse? Eu não lembro. Lembrei.
Safe.
Ah, você acha que eu não quero enfrentar essa porra desse... Quem disse que eu tô enxergando alguma coisa? Quem disse? Eu enxergo qualquer porra desse bagulho. Impossível enxergar qualquer coisa.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Ah, rosa? Saudável. Bom dia. Ela tá rosa. Tô mandando, né? E aí, tá bom, como é que estamos? Tô achando que esses mobs aqui tá dando muito dano. Na real, acho que é mais fácil eu vir por aqui, né? É, aí eu só sigo reto. Run. Run. Essa coloração meio opaca tá me deixando meio puto. É assim que você tá, Tô? Você tá bem receitas hoje. Tô no lugar certo, né? Vamario, isso. O 10 de paus.
Not the gods' forsaken soul, eh? Only those who have nothing. Show empty your pockets.
Tomei sim. Porra mesmo? Ué. Não me acerta não, pé. Mano, tô segurando o bagulho a mão. Lightning. Caralho, ele bateu duas vezes. Ai, que agonia, mano, desse menu que demora pra fazer tudo, velho. O que eu preciso melhorar aqui? Tá, o rolê é o seguinte. Eu vou permanecer com essa bomba aqui. Aumenta o número de satélites. Aumenta o nível máximo para 4. Será que eu... Acho que posso testar, né? Tipo, não vou estar gastando porra nenhuma mesmo. Aumenta o número de orbs. Dá uma diversificada. Acho que já tá tudo meio ocupado já. Empurrado. Caraca, tem várias coisinhas aqui que eu não tinha lido antes, porque eu sou desses. Mas é interessante. Tem umas paradinhas aqui interessantes. Ataques subsequentes podem ser executados tocando no botão executar. Como assim executar? Não entendi. Empurrão descendente. Ué. O que é empurrão descendente? Recomendado usar com habilidades como empurrão descendente, que causa mais dano quando realizado do alto. Empurrão. Impulso, chama. Ciclone. Ataque, chama. Laceração. Contra-ataque. Explosão aérea. Bate, justiça cega. Tempestade. Para-raio. Raio de julgamento. Bloqueio titânico. Cataclismo. Punho colossal. Punho furioso. Fúria não sei o que. Sopro flamejantes. Asa não sei o que. Impulso não sei o que. Satélite. Gigaflame. Ué, caralho. Empurrão descendente. Será que é... Empurrão... mas é o que eu sempre faço. Descer um ataque descendente no ar capaz de atingir várias vezes o inimigo com base na altura em que foi executado. Mas eu sempre... tipo assim... Eu não sabia que dá mais dano fazer de cima, mas eu sempre fiz de cima. Pode bloquear ataques inimigos ou realizar no momento certo. Entendi. Tá, vamos testar o Bahamut então, né? Vamos testar. Vamos aumentar isso aqui para nível 4. Isso aqui, vamos aumentar a orb. Isso aqui não vou aumentar por enquanto não, porque eu não tenho como.
It turned out, Law. We were more similar than he knew.
Tell me, princess, wait your heart the size.
Your new companion appears much more... Should I be worried?
Jill, Clive has told me much about you.
All lies, I'm sure.
Your Stolas said that Dalimil has a bandit problem.
Indeed. Although, you're a little late. Any idea where they went? The desert's a big place. Your guess is as... But the fact is...
What did you say to me? What did you say?
As if by... Let's just say we've yet to reach a consensus about how to solve Dalimil's little problem. And at this rate, it won't be the actions of the bandits which proved... I've tried reasoning with the dissenting parties, but...
Perhaps we could talk to them. What makes you think they won't?
She makes a fair point, Sid. And you won't have wasted much of your precious time if you've...
O cara tava gritando lá dentro.
Suppose we just follow the shouting.
What did you say? Tá acontecendo?
You wouldn't talk like that if it had been your men whose throats were slit. Blood for blood. We hire mercenaries and have them mount the bandits' heads on our walls as...
And what happens when those mercenaries are slaughtered like your men? We're better off using that coin to buy food and supplies. If we hire mercenaries, and you cannot fill empty bellies with that.
But what happens when they come back? Maybe it'll be your...
That's enough. Any more of this and I'll throw you out. Come back when you're ready to talk like Adam.
Victor. What's he doing here?
Sid. And Lady Jill.
Ah.
What brings you here?
I was about to ask you the same thing.
Costness is in chaos, and the markets have all but ceased to operate. The Briar's Kiss here in Dalimil is the only place I can reliably obtain supplies. I was here to do just that when Master Lubor told me of his troubles. He thought I might be able to talk some sense into these fools. But if you're here, I suppose his patience must be waning.
Who are those people?
Those were the thorns in Lubor's side. And the reason this place might be headed the same way as Costness. It's these accursed skies. The dark or an entire city.
We're still working on the skies. Perhaps we can find a solution to Dalimil's problems.
I hope so.
Será que a gente consegue resolver o problema de Dalimil? Dalimil? A gente tá trabalhando no problema do céu.
So, you see my predicament?
What I saw was a room full of people who were angry and afraid, but have left to smolder. That anger.
My thoughts exactly. Both sides wish to protect their homes and livelihoods, if only they could agree on how. But as long as they are divided, we are vulnerable.
And if there's one thing bandits like...
What would Sid the...
Well, he'd let them choose for themselves, and be on hand to pick up the pieces when...
That sounds like a recipe for
A recipe for disaster is precisely what it is. While it's plain neither Conrad nor Natalie will countenance the... It may still be possible to make them doubt their own. Before presenting them with
And that would be?
To pool our resources and save the city ourselves.
When all that fear and anger can be directed?
It appears we have a Victor, pay Conrad a visit. See if you can't convince...
As you wish.
Your faces. Don't worry. Victor and I will do most of the talking. You
play along.
What he means to say.
Entendi. Não resolvi nada essa porra.
Picture it, Conrad. Here she is. Conrad. May I introduce you to Jane, commander of the Red Wings, the oldest mercenary guild in the Free Cities.
A pleasure, my lady.
The pleasure is all mine.
As I told you, I summoned the commander here from Canver to an...
Victor says that there aren't any men left to hire.
True as the crystals cracked. Nobles came and claimed every last one worth his salt. And not just from us red... You know of the 7 high houses? There must be 2 swords assigned each. Granted, we have a few boys left. If it's boys you're looking for.
Well, Conrad, are you saying that Dalimil's finest cannot defend this town better than a gaggle that a band of beardless youths could better avenge the deaths of your brave men?
Absolutely not. We'll show those bastards who they're dealing with.
I can't believe that, actually.
Conrad's not what you call the brightest candle in the crypt. And there's a reason why I had you do the talking and not Sid. Well played.
My shop.
If I had my pickaxe,
Todo mundo fudido, né?
I mean, it may still be possible to buy something. Ah, here he is now. Natalie, allow me to introduce Lord Underhill of Randalar's
Underhill?
I was just telling the good lady of our conversation, my lord, and how you were lamenting the state of the capital's stores.
Lubor says that not only are the granaries almost empty, but that war and the Blight mean this season's harvest won't be enough.
Indeed, sir. The nobles in the capital are buying up the city's stocks of barley and wine. It is only a matter of time before the peasants...
It is worse than I thought. If what Lord Underhill says is true, I fear we have little hope of supplementing our stores. And while I applaud your endeavors to dissuade our more bellicose citizens from seeking vengeance, I sense Conrad is... Which means that now, more than ever, we will need to secure what little we... If our humble town is to endure not only this hardship, but those that are certain...
All right. If it will help to protect my home, I'll... But you needn't have gone through this charade.
Caralho, que raiva.
Thank you, Clive. Your performance was nothing if not workmanlike.
She saw right through it.
I didn't say it was good, merely that it produced the desired effect. Now, my scouts should be returning shortly. Meet me back at the Briar's Kiss, and we shall see what we face.
I'm not convinced our roles in this ruse were entirely necessary.
I don't know. Conrad seemed quite taken with you.
Mummy, I'm scared.
Ai, que time, velho. Parece ter gostado de você.
Mommy.
I'm ruined.
Good news. Both Conrad and Natalie have somewhat gracefully, with time, they may even learn to...
Time no longer appears to be the luxury.
I take it your scouts found the bandit.
Technically, it would be the bandits who found my scouts. It appears they march for all.
You're not serious.
They don't just want food, they want the whole damn...
I have a favor to ask. I'm told the bandits march in 2 groups, one from the south and one from the desert, in a move doubtless intended to...
Very well. Jill and I will meet those from the desert.
The rest, my friend, the city shall fight. The stakes, I concede, are high. But if this does not...
That is a lot of faith to put into those who had their hands around each other's throats but a moment ago.
Then it will be for us to see that their hands are kept occupied. And I do mean...
I thought you might say...
We'll hold them off for as long as we can.
And we will...
The women folk have come to welcome us.
I'll take that one.
It's all yours.
Pinto! Por que o bagulho não pegou, velho? Ah, trolei. Outro dia aí.
They mean to overwhelm us.
Por que ninguém me ataca? Já falei que é muito difícil enxergar com isso aqui. Tô de sacanagem. Que isso? O Torgo transformou. Lightning. Vamos por entender o que eu tô fazendo. Olhei. Caramba. O que eu tô fazendo? Não dá pra enxergar nada com tanta coisa na tela.
The townspeople. Could they have held out?
I don't hear any fighting.
That we should hurry.
Então...
Natalie, I owe you an apology.
Ai, pensei que eles não iam falar
You did
muito.
well out there. The inn would have been lost.
Without you, there would have been no light. You saved us, Conrad.
We all saved.
Conrad seems to have had a change of heart.
I'd say they both.
I take it from your presence that our visitors from the desert were...
The plan worked. Granted, it only took an army of bloodthirsty...
Calm now, Victor. Why quit? We are united. As for you, Sid, you fight considerably...
I'll take that as a compliment.
Ok. Falta o rincão. Não lembro quem que é o rincão.
First we find Isabel.
Heard a bloke saying he saw ghosts on the first
A gente tem que ir pra Isabel. É Rincão o nome do lugar? É, né? Rincão setentrional.
I can't do it.
I can't do it. E aí, Isabel? Ué, você não é Isabel?
Lord, milady.
We received the dame's message. There have been sightings of strange creatures, I understand.
With the blue eyes. Yes, they've taken so many. I've lost count.
Akashic, but different.
And what of your mistress?
Oh, no. She went to the garret.
Then we'll look for her there.
We could leave.
Tô por aqui, amor.
The two soldiers were carried.
Madame, please!
Half the garrison's been slaughtered by those things. We lost the captain.
We've tried requesting reinforcements, but there's been no word. What more would you have us...
I would have you do your duty. Those at the Vale look to me for protection. And protect them I shall. Because they are my... In case you have forgotten, the people of this town are your child. But more than that, your sisters, your brothers. So you have a choice. Lay down your sword and watch as they are slaughtered. Or take it up and do what it...
She speaks the truth, you know. This here. It's all we have.
We sort of...
What we have left is our lives.
Not if we don't have to. Look, there's a cask under the captain's bunk. I'll have a word with him.
Ah, Clive. I didn't expect help to arrive so quickly.
It was a noble effort. I thought you might still need some...
I'd like you to consider my...
What we need to consider is where the creatures...
The way the survivors speak of them, one would think they appeared out of... And perhaps they did.
You're a pikeman, yes?
I've got family in Moor. I heard the flood was spreading, so I went to see if they were all right. And a pack of them glowing things found me in the meadow.
Leave that to us.
My family.
Did you see the creatures that...
Creatures? They came out of nowhere. They went for Joseph first, then me, and then...
Do you remember where you were?
On the road from Oriflamme. We just passed Moor when...
It's all right. At least we have an idea of where the thralls might be now. We should head for more.
Eles... Tem TP lá em Moor, né? Tem sim. Será que não vai ter nenhuma criatura daqui até lá? Esse lugar aqui era mó bonito com cristal, né, velho? O castelo ainda é da hora, mas... O cristal fazia o tchan, né? Bater naquele lagarto ali. Latarguinho.
Nice try. Nice try. Nice try.
Cara, essas duas bolinhas aqui é muito louco, velho. Metralha muito. Ué. trolei.
Nice try.
Sei lá, eu mal uso as skills do Bahamut. Mas... Não tem. Faltou muito pouco.
Clive, look.
I see them. With me.
Me ataca não, é? Não me ataca. Aí 2 horas pra me atacar, moleque.
Should I prime?
Save your strength.
Cara, eu derreto os caras. Acertou um hit esse boss. Puxa um level 1 ainda pra o boss. Aí puxei um level 1 ainda. Meu Deus do céu. Por que, velho? Sempre ganhando nada de ataque toda vez.
Do you think there are more?
There are always more. But I'd say...
Preciso fazer xixi.
You have the town's thanks.
Don't thank us yet. There will be more. Many more.
Oh, we shall. Isn't that right?
Yes, my lady.
Philippe here has convinced most of the men to remain at their posts.
Hearing that the Dame would look kindly on any man who committed himself to the task, certainly. It's not the most selfless of motives, I'll admit. But what it... Now me, I never needed convincing. I became a soldier and the people I love. Now, if you don't mind, I have sentries to...
Tá ligado que ele quer, né?
Lest you wonder, I'm not foolish enough to believe that this has solved all of my problems. But it has solved one. And that's one fewer than I had this morning.
Tá, agora a gente resolveu o problema nos lugares.
Our friends seem to have things under control. For now, at least. Let's go and put Otto's mind at rest.
Eu também fiz as outras missões que faltavam, então... Eu acho que é isso. Eu vou mijar. Deixa só aparecer até aparecer. Eu já vim. Fazer minha língua, piscinzinho do seu grito. Tá, tudo.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
Coisas novas de recompensa.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Come to claim your just desserts?
O fim da melancolia. Os homens de Hugo se foram, e com eles se foi o medo em nossos corações. Agora os mercados voltaram a ecoar felicidade e alegria, e tudo isso graças a você, comerciante de Dalamel. Nossa, quantos pontos de habilidade, que isso.
Here you are.
Jesus. Ó, musiquinha.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Was wondering when you turn up. Had owls from all our friends thanking you for your... How is it you always manage to arrive at...
Luck, I suppose. Any word on the rest of the...
let's see. Storm the nations are still in chaos. And the skies are still the colour of a kick in the kidneys 2 days on. So...
Right.
Clive, we knew this was going to happen. Well, not the bleeding skies. Now's not the time to... Now's the time to visit the infirmary. Talia says...
Thank you, Otto.
O Joshua acordou.
So it was not Sylvester, but Olivier who served as Ultima's puppet.
And when Dion learned of this, he sought to slay the fiend. Only for his father to take the spear that would have freed him. Enough to drive a man to madness.
Small wonder he hasn't stirred. I would be afraid to wake.
Had I but reached out to him sooner, warned him of the threat Ultima posed. But now, both an empire and her prince lie broken.
Joshua, what do you know of Ultima?
Very little, I'm afraid. Despite my best efforts. 18 years ago, as I lay buried beneath the rubble of Phoenix Gate, it was not death who came for me, but another. And it was while in my rescuer's care, I first heard of Ultima. I've been chasing his shadow ever since. Ultima is driven by some deep, dark purpose, and for whatever reason, it would seem you are crucial to his designs. He will stop at nothing to have you, even if that means toppling an empire.
But why me? What possible use could I be to such a creature?
That is one of many answers that have eluded me. Yet, I am certain of this. It is not mere chance. You were chosen for a reason. All dominants carry within them the might of an icon. Nigh limitless power that is at once acutely limited. I wield fire, and only fire.
And I only ice. 8 wardens for 8 elements. But you, Clive.
You are different. You're special. Your abilities begin with the flames of Ifrit. But they do not end there. The fact Ifrit can even exist goes against everything we thought we knew of dominance. Perhaps Ultima has been waiting for one such as you, whose potential is truly limitless.
I've encountered that thing several times now. If it or he, as you say, needs me, why hasn't he claimed me as he did the boy?
Were I to hazard a guess, I'd say the two of you are somehow incompatible. His mind not properly attuned to your body.
His mind?
Mind, awareness, spirit, call it what you wish. But I believe Ultima to be an embodiment of the concept. This is why I struggle and fail to contain him here inside me.
I'm sorry. Inside you?
With every setting sun, I feel my strength wane. And though the Phoenix's flames mend the prison I have made for Ultima, they do so at a cost. We must find a means to bring an end to him before I meet my own.
What were you thinking?
It was that or let him take Clive. And I've always had a soft spot for my brother.
But that doesn't mean you should sacrifice yourself to save me.
Joshua.
Sujou o chão todo.
Clive, it's Gav. There's an army of Akashic at the gates of Canver.
Cadê a Yacht? Que é a mina que anda com o Joshua. Ela que cuida dele.
Well, what's the short of it?
Tyre told you. The capital of the Free Cities is under siege by an army of monstrosities. The city guard are doing their best to stem the tide, but numbers ain't on their side.
What of Lord Byron and Mid? Were they able to escape?
No, but they're all right for now. They're hiding with Gav at midship.
We have to get them out of there.
And we shall. Otto, prepare a Stolas. Tell Gav to stay exactly where he is.
Understood.
Vivian, what's the swiftest route to the Free Cities?
That sounds like a question for the map. Look here. This road, through Tabor, should provide the least trouble.
Good.
What a coincidence. Tabor is exactly where I'm bound.
Joshua, Bed is where you should be bound. You don't think I told him the exact same thing?
Were Tyre not such a talented healer, I would surely have been inclined to agree. But, thanks to her ministrations, I feel I may safely rejoin my attendant, who was to wait for me in Tabor if we became separated.
All right, we travel together.
Clive.
If he stays close to me, he'll be fine.
Thank you, brother.
I'll look after him.
Missões novas. Nossa, muita missão, tem muita missão nova. Puta que pariu. Não tem pouca missão, tem missão pra caralho.
It seems the hideaways.
Plastic.
Cala a boca. Tirar essa Maria Mendonça daqui. Vamos colocar essa. Não, apesar que eu vou ficar escutando um monte isso aqui, né? Crepúsculo. Essa é bala.
Here, you put me in this situation, Clive. You can bloody well get me out of it. I need a hand.
Are you sure it's me you're looking for?
I'm all the cook will be needing, thank you very much. What I want from you is a little of your time, right? You remember Ivan's stew, right?
No.
Well, despite the look of the thing, so I thought I'd try making one of these supposed masterpieces myself.
It wasn't as straightforward as you'd hoped.
Yeah, but this is my blimmin' kitchen, and I will not be outdone. So if you don't want to be seen as playing favorites, I suggest you lend me...
I've never been one to play favorites, Molly. So...
A fried mortress of skyworm. Recipe seemed easy enough to an old hand like myself. Thought I'd follow. Only, turns out skyworm livers and drake's mint are not what I thought they were.
Ivan said the recipes in the culinary pilgrimage date back centuries. Who's to say the...
Wow. That's a question for a kindly old fella who haunts the shelf.
Fine. I'll go and speak to Harpock, and if he does, I'll see if I can find your ingredients for you.
You do that. Lest we forget, you've got...
Tá, uma das todas missões que eu tenho que pegar. Falar com a Properties.
Is a storm coming, Sid? Will there be...
Sid, perhaps you can help me...
I can certainly try.
It's not who, but what. Mid-scales. The ones she made for... I borrowed them to teach the little ones about weight, and shortly after the lesson, well, my first thought was that they'd taken them off somewhere to play, but when I asked, they swore they had nothing to do with their having to... Which almost certainly means they had...
Perhaps a visit from Sid.
I think it just... I don't like to imagine that my pupils would lie to me. But if they have, I'll have no choice. They were in the atrium when I last saw them.
Como é que você vai castigar eles? Uma reguada na mão? Pegar a mão assim, dá uma só com a régua?
Lawsman Harpocrates, I've come to pick your brain if you don't mind.
Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage, a classic. The young man did a wonderful job with the Chance's stew. I do hope we shall be able to...
That's actually why I'm here. I don't suppose you know where I might find...
So the fabled Sandbrequois delicacy is next on the menu. Delightful. Now, skyworm is a somewhat antiquated name for the wyvern. Their ground livers being the paste.
Dragon livers.
One would have thought the disciples of Bahamut would have a touch more reverence for their icon's brethren, but apparently not. I believe the specific dragon the recipe demands is the blueback wyvern, said to be the very color of...
So we know where to look for our liver. But what about the
Saint's bonnet in contemporary parlance. a herb which grows along the North Reach. I gather that one can locate the cheerful yellow flowers by their heady scent alone. So I'm sure you'll have no... I may add that people once believed game was best served with the flora that sustained it in life. In which regard, fried mortress of skyworm is...
Meaning that if I find one...
Best of luck, and do say...
Gosta de...
Knowledge hoarded is knowledge lost.
Falar pra porra, né, velho?
I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before.
Nível 6? Porra nenhuma.
What subject shall we consider today?
Porra nenhuma.
Did you learn everything you needed?
Tem uma missão que tá dentro do meu quarto.
Did you see the pair that got hauled into time?
Mestre Clive, peço perdão por esse gesto repentino e inapropriado. As circunstâncias me forçaram a buscar ajuda imediata, e não tenho outra pessoa a quem recorrer. O senhor, seu estimado tio, me deixou encarregado de uma tarefa muito desagradável, e sinto que não serei capaz de atender a essas expectativas, principalmente por me faltar aptidão marcial. Sou apenas um servo, não um mercenário. Embora eu tenha aptidão física para cuidar dos afazeres de uma mansão, sou completamente incapaz de me livrar de bandidos em vielas. Se não for incômodo, meu senhor, suplico que venha me visitar no repouso de Marta e explicarei tudo com mais detalhes.
Rutherford. Where would he be at Martha's Rest?
Goods.
What am I gonna do?
Is everything all right,
gonna
Goose?
do?
You seem more discomposed.
Oh, I don't know what that means, but I'm in a bit of a... Oh, I think Nan might be in trouble and she's...
It's all right. You can tell.
Folk are saying she's been selling to bandits and cutthroats and that. I mean, she'd never do business with baddies. Especially not the kind who go... I wanted to ask her about it myself, but she'd never give...
Don't worry.
Oh, you'll let me know what she's...
Of course.
I heard the Emperor was impaled on his...
We're all gonna die! You hear me?
What do you reckon we should do? I say...
Nossa, eles quebraram a balança.
Sid!
Hard at your studies, I see. It's not a set of...
No. Well, not anymore.
And just how long hasn't it been?
We're sorry.
But we didn't break them. We dismembered them.
Just like Miss Mididol showed us.
Miss Mididol? Why would she have you dismembering her creation?
Because that's the only way to become a ninja knit.
Miss Mididol said...
Ninja Need.
The best way to see how something worked is to take it apart and put it back together again.
Well, then your work is already half done. Carry on.
Tirar tudo e depois botar tudo de novo é...
About that.
Geralmente é o que
easy enough, but
faz você entender as paradas.
Back we can't work out.
Speak for yourself. The heavy thing goes at the bottom. Then...
You three need to learn to take responsibility for your... So let's have a look at these parts with fresh eyes, shall we? All right. Everything here, every piece has its own role to play. And if even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. So let's think about what those roles... You already know one of the pieces. The body. Its role is to support everything else.
Qual parte vai inspecionar o braço?
This is called the arm. Why do you suppose that is? It doesn't look...
You're right. It looks more like a wing.
You've ridden a chocobo before, haven't you, Sid? Will you teach me?
I'll think about it.
Hold things. So wait.
Good thinking. These round parts are called the pans. You all know what a pan is.
I do. Molly uses them in the kitchens, but these aren't for frying bangers, you idiot. But what if I wanted to weigh goose?
What are the chains for? Holding the pans up?
Well spotted. Which means something must hold the... This tiny piece is what's called a cogwheel, or gear.
I have. Miss Middledole's dungeon is full of them.
She puts them in all her inventions. They spin around.
That's right. They're very useful when you want to make things move. Do you remember if there was anything on the scales that...
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple. And then...
Not my fault. You shouldn't have tried weighing...
You know what part's supposed to move and how it's supposed to move. So, let's put the pieces together first, see what doesn't move, and then stick the...
Not a bad idea. You see? It's... So, now that we've taken stock...
I think we've got it.
Then here's what we'll do. You tell me what goes where.
Well, obviously you need to start with the body. All the other pieces fit onto it, don't they?
And the arms go on the body, just like real arms. And then the arms hold the pan.
Very good. There.
Yes! We did it!
Well, with Sid's help.
Oh, I just put the pieces together. It was you three engineers who showed me...
That's right. We're Miss Middledole's hairs.
Her hairs?
Yeah. Hairs for the future. She's showing us her secrets now, so we can help...
What do you think, Sid? Oh, you almost...
With a little more help from Miss Middledole and Miss Shirley, I'd say it won't be long.
You hear that?
Until then, though, do try to be honest with Miss Shirley.
Hey, look!
You don't think Sid forgot about it?
Ele esqueceu ou não precisa? Eu acho que não precisa.
We're all gonna die. You hear me?
I heard the Emperor was impaled on his...
Lady Karen,
Not nearly as...
you're doing good trade.
Can't... What exact... Not once in 5 long years do you pay my affairs.
Just... all right.
Oh. Are you? And who was it?
All I know is that someone in Dalamil...
And what? You believe it? Look. I've done things I'm not proud of. Might be there were a time when I turned a blind eye, but that woman is no more. And you?
You're right, Lady Karen. It was wrong of me to doubt you.
No. I reckon you've got better things to do than pointing your do-gooding finger at...
Of course.
Ué.
Seems that...
Ah, já eu falo com o Goods.
Is a storm coming, Sid? Will there be...
Well?
It was as you thought. The children, they dismantled them to see how they...
Oh, no, Mid will have...
Thankfully she won't. Although I was the one who ended up teaching the lesson.
I'm so sorry, Sid. I shall see that the children are
Please, there's no need. Mid seems to have taken the 3 of them under her. She'd have them follow in her footsteps.
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been...
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events in Canva.
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition, room and board, they asked her to oversee the design of several new war engines. To anyone else it would be an opportunity, but to Mid, who lost both her parents to war, it was a bitter pill, but that should come as no surprise. She's only ever cared about bringing people hope.
Which explains her... She's working to give them a better life. And so should I.
Oh, you've given them far more than that. And I...
Ai, ai, cada disco gigantesco, né, velho?
I spoke with... that the rumors were unfounded. And that I was a fool, along with some other things. And while it sounds like she may have done things she regret...
Oh, I knew Nan wasn't caught up in how... But why would people say she was?
No, but people do things for all sorts of reasons.
Well, that trader, he said they were all... So that's where I'm going. I'll find some...
Are you sure that's wise? Whoever's...
Oh, but...
Nossa, tem que encontrar ele em Dalamil. Então, vamos ver o que tem de caçada, vamos ver aonde tem, vamos ver se fica perto de onde eu tenho que fazer missão e a gente já faz a caçada e a missão. Mas, num geral, mesmo depois de entender as skills do Bahamut, acho que eu não vou usar não. É muito demorado. Tem um bom dano em área, mas demora demais. Sul de Tabor, Dalmek. É. Parece que eu não vou estar podendo ir pra lá não. Fazer o quê, né? Então, continuar a história, né? Não posso. Não posso ir pra lá. Ala.
It's like a dream. The four of us out walking like we used to.
Enjoying this, are you? Gav and the others could be in danger as we speak.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yote is a fine scout. If Canva was attacked, she will already have begun gathering information.
Tabor isn't far. We should pick up the pace.
Será que liberou o mapa agora? Parece que sim. Era sul de Tabor, né? Sul de Tabor. Não tô vendo Tabor aqui. O sul do deserto. Mas eu preciso completar essa missão, mesmo que eu não esteja vendo onde tá o bagulho, porque senão vai ficar muita coisa pra fazer ao mesmo tempo.
The bandits may be no more, but look what they've left us.
Shouldn't be too hard to find, Goots.
The gentleman of the town guard.
Could be I know something more.
Clive, listen! I found someone who says he's heard the rumors about Nat.
Have you?
Go on. Tell him.
All right. It's like I said. A wizened old crone by the name of Karen's been selling steel to whoever will pay her price. Says the more swords and spears she puts in people's hands, the more war they'll wage. And the more war being waged, the more call for... And who will they all turn to? Why, the good...
And you've seen this Reaper...
Aye, you'll find her right here plying her trade most days.
Here in Dalamir? Where exactly?
She has a stall here in the market, but if you're not the patient type, but it'd be a bolder man than me that braved that. Feeling bold, traveler? I hope so. Now, if that's all...
Sorry to have kept
you. Ué, que estranho.
You don't think Nan's the...
Not unless she's discovered the secret of how to be in two places at once.
Eh?
Lady Karen hasn't left the hideaway in weeks. So...
Good question.
And I'll visit this storehouse on the edge of town.
All right.
You too, Goots.
Opa. Tem como sair por aqui? Nope. Walking Simulator. Assim não tá muito escuro não, né? Tipo assim, eu tô ligado que o céu tá escuro, mas... O jogo não tá escuro, né? Tá suave.
You fought very brave.
Só essa cor aqui que tá uma
Safety
porra
of the
do caralho.
town is in our hands.
Então tá suave, então.
Time to brave the Viper's Nest.
Quem tá
Just
fazendo
you, is it?
contrabando?
Thought I might have...
It was a fairly unconvincing... So...
That's a dire slow death, boys. He's all yours.
Meu Deus, ele é um cafajeste. Não acreditando nisso.
We can pretend this didn't happen.
It's over.
Mais healer. Caralho. Como é que pode ter tanto healer?
When the Borgwyn finds out you've killed his men, he only wanted that bull of a manservant that you weren't even.
What were you going to do?
The Borgwyn wanted him to get to I was only supposed to point the lamp in the right direction. Then you well, go on.
You're not worth the effort.
Covarde de merda, ainda me xingou ainda, mano.
I need to find Goots.
Covarde de merda, ele sai correndo.
Get your filthy paws off!
Stop and stop spreading them all around.
For they are not lies. Every last word is...
Goose.
He's gonna kill... He said she had to pay in blood.
After what she did, it is only right. She ruined that loathsome harpy's very existence as a crime. Goots, was it? Only with your... Run along now. You need not...
No.
No.
I don't care what she did. I won't let you hurt. Promise me you won't hurt, or I'll kill you.
Goots.
Enough! Oh!
Ah, a Carol veio aqui.
But how did you?
You're a sight less clever than you think you are, the bear. Well, the whole thing got me thinking, who in Dalamil might bear me a grudge? And a certain snivelling shitter ran off, though it was just... Bo, I thought the years might have taught you some sense. But I see you the same. What was it we called you? Wet leg.
Molha cueca.
Everything that... It was all... And now you'll finally pay for...
Ele ia matar a véia mesmo?
Goots, you...
If you want a piece of Nan, you'll have to go through...
You great girl. Out of the way, I can handle this myself. So, wet leg, you remember what you told me when we an eye for an eye? Wise words, that. And now, it...
O que ela vai fazer? O que ela fez com o cara? Olho por olho?
Sorry to keep you wet.
Is he...
Dead? No. It's easy going through life, one eye short of a pair. After all, I should know.
You don't mean...
Oh, don't tell me you didn't notice. Lost it to old Wet Legs back when we were working the same routes. Said I'd stolen from his strongbox. I'd done nothing of the sort, mind. But that did, so took some of my own. Sorry, lost everything. His coin, but he crossed a line dragging poor Goots in. He didn't hurt you, did?
No, Nan. Still got all my arms, see? But...
Well, if he does, let's we take the other eye, then we work our way down. But something tells me... Right. Let's get you back to the hideaway.
Ela tirou o olho dele? Não saquei 100%.
Remind me never to cross you, Karen.
Não entendi 100% não. Ela arrancou o olho do cara? Qual que foi o efeito? Fale com Karen. Lá no esconderijo? Puta merda, hein? Vamos lá no repouso.
My lord Marquis, is that... It is you. I am Sebastian Rutherford.
Of course.
Yes, my lord.
And what was so sensitive that you couldn't put it in writing?
1,000 apologies, my lord.
It's all right.
I am here at Martha's, tasked with learning what I am able, and what I have learned is grim. The subsequent darkening of the heavens has only made things... The gears of governance of the realm threatens. Your lord uncle, however, believe...
That sounds like...
It is. Hence my having enlisted.
Alas.
I have lost they are both able-bodied and trained in the sword, yet in these dark times...
So you want me to find them? I'll need to know where they went.
One I sent to investigate the Republic.
That doesn't exactly narrow it down.
Thank you, my lord. I shall...
E é aqui? Procure em Dalamil. Dalamil não é aqui, né? Caralho. Você foi embora. Sonho que sonhei.
Nothing.
Vale demais. Você é louca.
There were ghosts at the gates, not Daisy.
Tem uma saída reta aqui? Yes.
You needn't fret. The creatures.
Você vai embora. Você vai embora.
To the meadows then.
Foi embora demais. Cara, Gil, resolve aí, pô.
Hippocrates said I should be able to find what I'm looking for somewhere nearby. Bright blue dragons and bright yellow flowers. Should be easy enough to spot. This must be our wyvern. Right. Let's get this over with.
Tá vendo que tá meio bosta? Tô demorando muito pra matar os bichos.
That's the wyvern's liver.
Vou trocar, vou trocar, vou trocar. Tá bosta, tá bosta. Não gostei, não gostei. Vamos permanecer de titã, titã é maneiro. Vou aumentar a janela do soco. acho que é isso. Por enquanto. Podia meter mais um desse aqui. Recente eu não vou colocar level máximo não. Acho que não tem necessidade disso. Apesar que esse aqui até posso. Mas não tem muito um motivo.
Now I just need to find the herbs. Bright yellow with a heady scent.
Ah, onde eu tô indo é Tabor. Ah, pode pá. Ah, tá suave. Não preciso me preocupar com...
I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her recipe.
Não preciso me preocupar com essa bomba, então.
Better head back.
Temos... Vou dar uma coisa pra fazer aqui. Ah, é... Ver o que o maluco do meu tio lá quer. Empregado? Jesus.
It's not going to be easy finding one man in an entire republic. Let's hope someone here's seen something.
Mummy.
Mummy.
The gentleman of the town guards.
Are you looking for something in particular?
Sim, busco sexo para raios. Ela vende música, não vende? Vende.
Here you are. An excellent choice. My thanks.
Voltamos ao padrão. Voltamos ao que dá certo.
Someone's got himself in trouble.
I don't see your master here, so you can start by giving us all the...
I already...
And maybe we'll take that pretty out...
Please! These men are trying to rob me!
I'll deal with this.
Thank you.
You that one's master, then? If you'd kindly pay the coin he owes us, we can pretend you didn't draw...
Or you can go back to your garrison and I won't report you.
Oh, you're more. He hasn't had many visitors since we slipped...
Tá vendo como acaba mais rápido?
I'd expect as much from Hugo's faithful, but he's one.
Much has changed in the Republican army since they lost...
You've seen this kind of thing before, then?
Many times.
You're one of Rutherford's men. He sent me to look for you.
Well, then you have my thanks. I fancy I could defend myself against one, perhaps two. I arrived in Dalimil several days ago, but when I called upon the captain of the local garrison to make inquiries, his men confiscated my effects and locked me in...
The captain is no more.
Fortunately, I was able to bribe my way free. Only to be stopped again by those soldiers...
What of the Fist Central Command? Surely they wouldn't allow such lawlessness amongst their ranks.
I would imagine they are unaware of it. Most of the army has fallen back to the capital, and those who weren't recalled now rule the fringes unchecked, answering to no one but the...
Then it's worse than we imagined. You should return to Rosaria.
I'll find a caravan heading north. You won't mind if I borrow one?
Ué, faz se quiser, pô.
Not at all. No. To find this, if he was bound for Oriflamme, I'll start at Northreach and see if I can pick up his...
Meu Deus, não é possível. Que eles estão indo para todos os lugares que eu já passei, cara. Meu Deus. Por que eu não vim primeiro em cima, mano? Nossa senhora.
There's a lot of road between here and the capital. Rutherford's man could be anywhere. What happened here?
If you're with the... They've already relieved...
I'm not. I'm looking for someone who was sent here
And then you found him. I'm Alistair Rockford, attendant
of the 7 high houses of Rosaria. It's been a long time. Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? Yes. I was on my way back from the old capital when I saw some village...
Bandits.
They looked more like field hands. It didn't matter in the end. I did what I could to help the victims, but all it earned me was a pommel to the temple.
Which way did they go?
South, toward the gate.
All right. Founder knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to Northreach. Visit the Vale. Tell them I sent you.
Thank you.
Vá para o véu. Diga que eu mandei. Eles vão entender errado.
They just couldn't resist, could they?
Vão pensar que é uma mamadinha.
This one's ours, pretty boy.
Caralho, já tem um ar. Tô remodando porque eu tava com o bagulho selecionado errado. Pensei que eu tava com o Titã, eu tava com a Garuda. Puto.
Make for the town while you can. There may be more bandits.
You don't need to tell me twice.
This looks to be all of them.
Ué, você não foi pro véu?
I thought I told you to make for the Vale.
And stand by, as ill might befall the heir to the Duke.
It's just Clive. Which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen attack so close to their...
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. Some days they don't. There are few hands left to work the fields, and even fewer to transport the market stalls are nearly bare, and the price for what remains is exorbitant. It's not uncommon to see. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits, I meant it.
Rockford, if you are to continue your investigation, you first need to seek the attention of
I shall return to Northreach right away, but allow me to thank you first.
Don't thank me. Thank Rutherford.
I suppose he'll be wondering where I've got to. I shall send a Bastolus as soon as I'm able.
My uncle certainly has his work cut out for him. I should go and tell Rutherford that his colleagues are still in one piece.
Agora a gente pode voltar lá pra Marta. Hey! Tem uma coisa incomodando meu nariz. Tá ligado quando fica coçando? Thank you.
I see you're still here.
The Rest's location affords a constant flow of traders. Speaking of which, I received word from both my associates.
I only happened to be in the right place at the right time. They both seem to think the realm's...
I am afraid Storm is in crisis. And we must work.
As it is mine.
Falta agora a gente voltar pro esconderijo. Falar com a Sharon. Com a Sharon? É, com a Sharon. E aí a gente vai pra missão principal. E aí lá vai ter a caçada e... Exato. Aí eu tenho que entregar os ingredientes pra mina aqui também.
It seems the hideaway is lost.
Vamos ver qual que é a música que eu comprei da mina lá por 40 mil. O Empório.
So, did you have...
I did, and he was as helpful as ever.
And what precisely will I be cooking up? Or is it better not to know?
Blueback wyvern liver. And,
Ah, wyvern livers, was it? Well, now then. You stay right where... Let's hope these grand old chefs of yore knew what they...
Bam, 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 bam. Ba-da-dum.
And here we have it. Fried Mortress of Skyward. Ivan's offered to make sure it's fit for consumption. Well, I say offered.
And rightly so. Is there any higher honor than...
Caralho! Essa tosse inicial aí foi incômodo. Uma tosse mesmo. Ele vai falar que tá bom ainda.
So...
What? The crackle of the crust gives way to an almost violent richness. Yet...
Falei.
It is a tour de force. A force of nature, even. A maelstrom of flavour and sensation.
I think he likes it.
Well, I can't quite tell with all that nonsense he's talking. But I reckon you might be right.
Decent. Sid, might I suggest that you command a party of your finest men and women to procure a dozen blueback...
I'll give it some thought.
Cara, aquela primeira tosse que ele deu ali foi de fumante, velho. Aquela tosse ali foi sinistra. O maluco que dublou ele... Maluco muito bom, velho. Uma tosse digna.
Nothing like a dish of cold vengeance stuff.
I didn't mean... I just thought I had to...
Aye, well, someone had to. Reckon the both of us would be worse off if I'd not. You've always been me right, and I'd have you stay that way. So don't you...
Well, I will. If you ever need help out...
Why, you're fine. Play the hero.
Thanks, Nan.
There's nothing he wouldn't do for you.
That's as maybe. But if he's ever to make it, he'll need to start looking out for himself. Till then, he'll need people to watch his back. Just like you did in Dalamil.
Of course.
Stop it. You make me one good. I don't go thinking that'll do you any favours. A potion to Dale.
Fazer meu olho com um encher de lágrima é foda. Será que isso aqui é o quê? Ah tá, é pra aparecer nos aposentos. Será que isso aqui é o suficiente pra fazer... É o suficiente. Agora eu encerrei todas as missões secundárias. Tem uma pra pegar ali no meio do caminho, mas... parece ser de boa. Vou pegar ela ali no meio do caminho. E aí eu já vou fazer ela ali mesmo. VaptVupt. Parece ter missão nova aqui também.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
Bobina.
You earned this.
É, depois eu vejo o que é essa música aí.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Será que isso aqui é a missão que eu já tinha visto?
Anything catch your eye?
Eu já ia pra lá, pô. Eu já ia pra lá, já. Ele só me poupou cliques. Vamos ver se tá dando bastante verde. É bastante verde. 230 é bom.
We can use the ruins to cross the ravine. Assuming they will allow it, the Echoes have a will of their own.
Cara, que porra é essa? Um labirinto isso aqui? Um Quirrell. Hey, Quirrell.
Too slow. Nice try.
K de dano. Amassei. Faixa misteriosa. Porra, finalmente ganhei alguma coisa melhor do que essa porra. Já tô usando isso aqui, tem umas 20 horas de jogo já. Tem como passar por baixo, supostamente. Tem como cair aqui? Não. Nossa, eu matei... Eu basicamente matei ele em um combo só. Por um segundo eu achei que eu não ia conseguir. Ah, tem que fazer o bagulho. Torgo fofinho. Torgo.
Fetch.
Fofinho. Isso é um bagulho que acontece nesse jogo aqui que não acontece no Final Fantasy VII. Essas bolas de fogo que eu acabei de enfrentar aqui, é literalmente impossível você dar dano de fogo em bola de fogo. E aqui é possível. Vai entender.
Ai, queda.
O medidor dele dura pouco. Não deu pra combater tudo. Infeliz Big.
Tell us about Yote, Joshua.
She's strong-willed, loyal, and deadly with a blade. Much like Clive, but with better manners.
Qual foi, mano? Meu irmão. Falando muito aqui. Eu ainda não sei como descer, né? Tipo assim, eu só tô na parte alta por enquanto.
Hey, do. Where are you off to now, then? Bound for the Free Cities, perhaps?
Sim.
Oh, no need to say if you'd rather not. We all have our reasons. Ain't exactly feeling like sharing with strangers myself at the mo. Truth be told, I could do with a bit of inspiration. Don't know which way to turn no more. Was doing a roaring trade back in Oriflamme. Right up until the poor Drake lost her noggin.
Beleléu.
So, thought I'd try me luck in the desert. And the Fang went the same way. And don't get me started on the mess in the bloomin' Dominion. Suppose I could try Canberra next. But knowing my luck, the old place be crawling with the works before I'd even set out me stall. But as I always say, where there's crisis, there's opportunity. The opportunity to mint Gil, that is. So, where to next? Is there any money to be made in Ash? Do orcs even carry Gil?
A história de cidadão. Nossa, ele tá muito acabado.
You're injured. What happened here?
It swallowed our camp. My own men. There's a village not far from here. It's open. We can't.
I'll go. You catch him.
Thank you.
Rest Wells.
Os amigos deles viraram acástico.
You said the encampment was close. Let's hope the Akashic are still there.
Come on. Come on.
Another ether flood. They're everywhere now.
We can't go around it.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
I got here in time.
Puta! Nossa! Isso aqui foi bonito. Foi bonito.
Someone there! Please, I can't move my leg!
That doesn't sound like an Akashic.
Bro? Where are you? Talk to me. I don't hear you. Bro. Hello? Por que ele não fala mais? Olha lá. Achei você.
You're with the battalion?
I am.
Taken care of. One of your brothers in arms.
Another survivor.
His wounds were too deep.
He was right to send you. Those things.
Ué, seu pé não tava zoado? Você tá em pé?
Safe, thanks to you. Here.
Ué, o pé dele não tava zoado? Sarou.
You seem familiar. Have we met?
You must have me confused.
Eu acho que a gente não se conhece não, mano.
Wait. That scar.
Son of a whore. You're Sid. I was there in Costness when you killed my brothers. I was there in Rosalith when you killed my commander.
My war with Hugo Kupka is over. I bear no ill...
What of my ill will?
Aceita o desafio? Claro. Oxi.
Fine. If you insist.
Ele vai pra Valhalla, pô.
For Tyson!
Morrer lutando. Não tem problema nenhum.
You're in no fit state to fight.
And this should be easy for you.
For what? The sins of your master. You and I have no quarrel.
No. Lord Kupka told us of your crimes. You are an outlaw.
And
I am nothing like you. Just know that I would.
Pode vir. Qualquer dia que você quiser. Vou estar preparado. Qualquer dia. Só isso. Para mim. Essa água aqui é meio diferenciada. Irmão, tem noção do quanto que eu quero resolver esse céu do caralho? Aqui onde eu tô... Ai, eu não cheguei lá ainda, né? Que bosta. Eu tô indo pra Tabor. É lá no sul de Tabor que tem um bicho pra enfrentar. Mas resolver esse sol aí seria bom, velho. A porra da cor voltar. Essa cor opaca, tô ficando louco, velho.
Caralho.
Que isso, Joshua? Pra quê? Eu já ia matar, já. Eu consigo acender isso aqui? Não, o jogo não é tão bom assim, não. Tá ligado que se fosse Zelda, acendia, né?
We're nearly there.
Have you been to Tabor before?
There are a few places I haven't.
Não vou conversar com você, eu caguei. Tabor,
Where now,
República.
Joshua?
There is a residence just inside the city gates. She awaits us within.
Here, take a look at my wares.
Basta, basta, basta. Tenho vários. Vou comprar.
Of course.
Ai, uma poçãozinha.
Anything else? Go safely.
Vamos fazer o padrão, né? Caralho. Eles moram pique... Cratera? Isso aqui, talvez? É que não dá pra falar que é Canyon, eu acho. Tem um eco... Tem um eco... Nesse Canyon... Nesse Canyon... Quem lembra dessa música é louco, já aviso logo. Backyardigans. Yacht. A yacht é bonitinha, né, velho? O Joshua é só foda, né?
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor. I am Yote, Knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix.
Of course.
Caralho, se apresentar bem, mano.
Would you care to elaborate?
The Undying are loyal servants to the ducal throne. Or more specifically, to its heir. They have served our family for generations, albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception, they have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since the day I left Rosaria, Yote has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
Rise, Lady Yote. You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
I but did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace. It is as you feared. The vessel we spied off the coast of the Crystalline Dominion on the night of her fall. It was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
The Black Galleon.
Joshua, the Einherjar is the Royalists' flagship. What business would they have in the Dominion?
Upon learning of Waloed's involvement in recent events at Drake's Fang, I sensed the malign influence of Ultima, and bid Yote and the Undying look into the matter.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after the fighting began, and set a course due south.
For Canva. Then it is Waloed knights who besiege the cities.
What is left of them, yes. And the Black Galleon sails at but one man's behest. Barnabas Tharm.
But are we truly safe here in the Agora?
The city guard have been paid, if that's what you're implying.
all the more reason for them to run.
Well, you are free to leave,
Lord Minister.
Markets abandoned, warehouses aflame, blackened hulls choking every port in the capital. Canva is ruined.
The realm teeters on the brink of chaos, and all you can think about is commerce.
Forgive us. We were not aware Dhalmekia now subsisted on charity.
How dare you?
Distinguished members of the council, you must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded, but I fear it will have to serve, my liege.
Very well.
My colleagues, do you not see? The king, he has come to save us from the Akashic. He is a gift from the heavens, divine intervention, our very salvation.
And of course, if it is compensation he requires, we would be most willing to negotiate a fair price for services rendered.
Fools. Your ignorance unbecomes you.
Your Majesty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would swear that the fiends washing the cobbles of Canva with the blood of her citizens wear the colors of Waloed. Ha! So you do not deny it. Guards, fetter them, and see our guests to the dungeons!
Enough.
Que isso? Até os caras que estavam sentados?
Pathetic creatures.
É a lâmina de Odin, né?
That you should imagine yourselves worthy of salvation. The girl is still here, somewhere in the city. Her consciousness fair dripping with her late father's hubris. A consciousness to which Mythos is inextricably bound and inexorably drawn. See that he is made welcome.
Yes, Your Majesty.
My lord.
Come, Mythos. Surely the prince's light cannot have sated you.
Vou lutar com Odin? Jesus. Eu gosto da ideia, tá? Vou lutar com Odin? Eu gosto.
So then, how long has Waloed been under Ultima's control?
How long indeed? Based on what we know of Barnabas's actions, I would guess some few years, mayhap more.
Oh.
But to what end? What does Ultima want?
The tapestry. Show them.
Ele quer se aliar com um cara forte pra me derrotar, pô. Ele não quer meu corpinho? Melhor acender as luzes aqui. Melhor, né?
By the flames.
Phoenix Gate, Drake's Breath, and now here. But what is it?
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself. None could tell me what the one in the apothecary meant, even the Undying. But I believe it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose.
Eu queria saber também que porra é essa.
The one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima. He is a god, or at least godlike. His very existence beyond our ken. The icons, and by extension their dominance, are meant to be his subjects, and while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it, like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
No, I don't suppose they do.
Clive, may I tell Yote of the lake?
By all means.
Yote, I will be accompanying my brother to the Free Cities. Whilst we are afield, I would have you watch over those Clive has made his wards. Omielos delan tuisag ilith. Though well concealed, the hideaway lacks trained fighters to defend its occupants should they be discovered.
But it is my duty to...
As it has ever been my brother's duty, remember.
If that is your wish, your grace.
Ele tava usando a parada da estola.
If aught were to befall you,
Relaxou.
You have my word.
Ai, beijinho na testa.
Farewell, my lord, my lady.
We are in your debt, Yote.
Caraca, ela tá muito triste, mano. Ela queria muito cumprir o papel dela de proteção.
Let's find our friends.
It's plain she cares for you very deeply.
And I her, which is why I had to let her go.
Who among you is bold enough to heed her call? Is that blade for hire, perchance? Because I have a mind to make a killing.
Figuratively,
Well, a passing caravan carried with it a rumor most fortuitous for one in my trade. That an elder Dread Evis are aggressive beasts. Compelled as they are to acts of violence, few survive to maturity. But those that do...
A hide you want to sell?
Eventually, yes. Though I would have it tanned first that it might be crafted. Dread Evis skin is a rare thing indeed. But the worked hide of a well-aged beast... Now, that would fit. Bring me that beast's skin and I will share...
All right.
Of course you will. When one lives in such trouble, leave Tabor through the east gate, but take the path that branches west. Once you reach the checkpoint at Tovany, you are a mere stone's throw from the fields of Cor... I eagerly await your safe, and above all,
Mano. Tô precisando, assim... muito de uma massagem, você não tá ligado? Minhas costas tá pá, velho. Pô, como é que eu sei como subir, velho? Se aqui é tudo nivelado. Aqui não tem um desenho de uma escada. Apesar que tá uma escada bem aqui.
Careful how you pack that leather.
Não era bem essa escada que eu tinha visto, mas essa serve.
You there!
Milos.
Finally. No one was paying me the slightest.
Is something wrong?
At the university, the students would hang on my every word.
At the university?
A specialist in ancient cultures. The most accomplished in all Valisthea, some have said. In my heyday, no obstacle could have kept me from my studies. Yet here I am, a wizened, wind, the answers I seek lying just be. Would you do an old man a kindness and brave?
Climb the stairs
and memorize a few some courteous soul is rumored to have carved clues to Tabor's rich history. 3 of them, to be precise. 1 each to the north, south, and I'm here in the hope that those carvings might shed light on a riddle I've been pondering, namely, the otherwise undocumented origins of Tabor's...
I can't promise I'll remember everything, but...
Remember what you can. I'll piece together the rest. Make for the dome.
Essa missão parece ser bem chata, velho. Ficar ali no pedra.
How are those new boots treating you?
Guardiões do Cristal, vós sois a primeira pedra de Tabor. Sagrado seja o vosso sangue, e como uma mãe, protegei a cidade com fervor.
No history would be complete without mention of the mother crystals.
Back to how it was. I don't like it.
Nor do I, dearie.
Ali tico no fogo.
That Cyril fella's an odd fish.
Pô, ele falou pra eu subir as escadas, mas esse aqui não tá nem numa escada, pô. Era só ele andar reto. Filhos dos caçadores, agora lavradores deste solo, colhei as bênçãos prometidas e protegei esta terra das pragas que a assolam.
Farmers must have settled here in Tabor.
Recent quarry's been hard to find since this guy.
Thank you for the deal, Ed.
Andarilhos das planícies douradas, finquei vós pés neste firme chão, compartilhai vosso orgulho com todos os iguais, pois sobre as pedras da cidade agora juntos viverão.
What golden plains might the wanderers have called home, I wonder? I should speak to the old scholar before I forget everything I've read.
Eu já esqueci, já. Tudo meio foda-se, nada a falar com nada.
The engravings were in good repair considering their age.
Oh, what that I could have seen. Come, don't tease me now. What did you learn of... let's start with the engraving to the...
O que? Meu Deus, eu vou ter que ler mesmo. Qual era a Pedra do Sul, mano? A última que eu li para a do norte. Então a do sul deve ser os guardiões.
Guardians of the Crystal. I'm pretty sure that...
Fascinating. It would seem that... But whatever could have driven the engraving...
A do norte... Andarilho das planícies douradas, cavaleiro nas encostas, viajantes andarilhos.
Wanderers of the Golden Plains, or...
No doubt you're right. There are vestiges of nomadic customs in Tabor. This is proving most...
A do leste... Lavradores. Eu lembro de lavradores. É isso.
Children of the Hunters. Now tillers of... That's all 3.
And so, we add primitive farmers to Tabor's found. 3 engravings. 1 for each Guardians of the Mother Crystal, wanderers from across the plains, and last, but certainly not, little wonder it was so difficult to trace the roots of Tabor's culture. Those roots reach down, nonetheless. One cannot help but wonder why this fact is not better known amongst...
Too many stairs, perhaps.
Acho que eu acertei, né? Se eu tivesse errado, será que eu não teria concluído? Essa é a pergunta. É um outro lugar, nada a ver que eu tenho que fazer.
Careful how you pack that leather. Any creases or scratches will bring down the price.
Ah, vamos continuar na missão.
Cyril. How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Yotei is otherwise engaged, at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins. Findings from his brothers and sisters afield are delivered here to be collated and catalogued.
Just how many Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady. Yet we are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix. Such is, and has ever been, our creed.
I see.
You have your associates, I have mine. But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you. Pray accept this token. For as long as you bear it, members of our order will reveal themselves unto you, if there is nothing further.
No. You are dismissed.
Your Grace.
To Canva, then.
We'll talk about this later. Cyril seemed very, You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
The free cities under siege.
O portão abriu aqui. Vamos ver o que tem naquela esquerda ali. Aquilo ali tá meio suspeito. Porque aqui... Esse pá é o sul de Tabor. Esse pá ali tá o bagulho.
Are you sure this is the right way, brother?
Não, esse não é o caminho certo. Eu tô vindo pra cá pra ver outra coisa. Talvez o bicho que eu estou procurando... É, esse pá é aqui mesmo. Que era um monte de cachorro, que eu lembro. É aqui mesmo, é aqui mesmo. A matilha.
You're a my centaur.
Será que eu tô aqui no meio do caminho?
Shouldn't have messed with the leader of the pack, eh, boy? Run like the wind.
Eu vou ali resolver o bagulho do cara, dou TP na cidade e aí a gente vai pra missão principal. Pam, 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 pam.
Straight home now.
Run. Cara, mas é uma escuridão que eu vou te contar, velho. Bem fofo de novo.
It looks like there's still plenty of fight in him yet.
Pegar a pele. Entrega a pele.
Here's your hide.
I worried you might never Oh, as supple as a maiden's cheek. Yeah, clearly my trust in you was not misplaced.
Você quer falar com um bumbum de neném?
You must be a hunter of considerable talent to have bested the beast with join me as my honored partner. With my means and your...
I don't plan on making a habit of this.
Very well. Though I believe fate had a hand, do not allow me to keep you from being about your business.
Agora é direto à missão principal.
The free cities and a sea?
Só não vou puxar um Brose porque eu acho que vai ter um bagulho pra lutar no meio do caminho. Talvez não tenha. Tem. Era meio óbvio.
Let us be protected.
Acabou já? Como assim? Tem 2 caminhos pra chegar no mesmo lugar.
Clive. Smoke.
Is the city fallen?
Amor, deixa eu ver o que tem do lado de cá. Tem um baúzinho, tem nada. É aí que o Odin tá. Vamos sair na mão?
The free men are still holding their own then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble. We should hurry.
Jesus. Olha o tanto de missão. Tá acontecendo? Porque tem tanta missão no mapa.
If we're going to do this, we'll need her.
Clive, it just so happens that right at this very moment...
And what talents would that...
Why, your fearlessness.
I'm listening.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, when these dark skies swept over the Republic, Randalar has been particularly badly affected. Many of the capital's bearers have none remain free for long, of course. Most find themselves under the but the army too is in disarray, and finds itself unable to provide for its new charges.
And you've been looking to buy, to make sure these masterless bearers remain that way.
Precisely. It's the perfect opportunity to free dozens more, and for an...
So where does my skill with a blade come in?
Though we may have the funds to buy these bearers, we have nowhere to so we've been searching for a place where they can be resettled. Somewhere far from the... And we believe we have found one. Cashlock. The place was abandoned a long time ago, but when the men moved out...
And so we seek the aid of a fearless swordsman to...
How could I refuse?
Excellent.
Só falar não, pô.
Theo, if you wouldn't mind making arrangements for the transportation of our guests as...
Of course.
Sounds like you'll have your work cut out.
I will. We have an entire village to stock and fence. Even if I begin right now, I'll be working day. So I'd better get started. Try to clear the place out before the whack.
I'll do my best.
You will find a village in Chadra's Thread, past Lateney's Cleft. My man there will open the gate for you.
All right.
I'm sure you...
Beleza. Como as outras missões ficam cada um em um continente, eu não vou precisar me preocupar em juntar elas pra fazer tudo num lugar só. Caralho. Esse aqui é o lugar que tá abandonado? Porra. Acho que dá pra descer. Aparentemente dá pra descer. Mas eu vou por aqui. Puta lugar bom do caramba. Tô sacando. Mas aqui não foi onde a gente passou, foi? Pior que foi. Perdi.
This must have been a nice place once.
It will be again.
Porra, quanto XP.
I think that's the last of them.
I think you're right. Let's head back to Boklad.
Não, esse lugar aqui é bonzão, velho. Tem um cais e os caralho. Os caras abandonou. Ali apareceu um baú na beira do bagulho. Não é não, é só uma caixa, foda-se. Que triste. É, achei uma caixa pelo menos. Aqui eu acho que é uma outra cidade, se pá. Mas aqui deve estar interditada. Não me levaram lá ainda. Eu acho que se pá, Dalmec é o maior mapa até então, né? Ou o maior mapa que tem, não sei. Mas tem muita coisa aqui ainda. Que porra é essa? Boklad. Pelo menos os load do jogo é rápido, né? Tipo, eu acabei de dar TP, já apareceu aqui rapidão.
Something the matter, Theod? Quiet.
Those are our terms. I trust that...
I shall.
Ué.
Him again.
Someone you know?
Yes, but enough about him. How did you...
It's done. The village is safe now.
You made quick work of it, as always.
I should go and let her...
Don't let me keep you. But Clive, don't tell her she'll only get upset. I'll explain everything once you've...
Right.
Problemas. O que é isso aqui? Taxa de transporte.
Eloise, I just got back from Cat.
Thank you, Club. Here. Well then, now that you have laid the... I suppose we'd better... The first thing we'll need to do is make sure our offer for the bearers is
You're still in negotiation?
We are. A trusted colleague has been dealing with the Fist on our behalf, but things have been trickier than we I suppose it's to be expected. But we shall emerge victorious.
Well, if you need any help...
I'm not sure I do.
Clive.
You wanted to talk?
The man I was watching earlier, the one speaking to me, he represents the Silver Peak Consortium. It's one of the bigger trading houses.
I don't think I've heard of them.
Well, every trader in Dhalmekia has. They operate across, and they're still expanding. They've been trying to get Eloise to join, and judging by her reaction earlier, I'd say she had half a mind to
And you'd rather she did?
I would rather she did what? And I would never deny her such an opportunity. Eloise saved me from slavery. And we have striven to save others like me. But this was not the life my sister wanted, nor the one. I won't let her give up on her dreams again for my... She freed me from my... And she must be freed from hers in turn.
You're a good man, Theo.
I have always been grateful for what my sister did for me. And I want to repay the favor. By letting her live her own. But each time an opportunity to do just that arises, she turns it down.
She loves you.
And I love her. Which is why I want this time to be different. To show her that I don't need to be... Though I'm sure I'll still need some help from time to time.
Always.
Thank you, Clive. Well then, these bearers aren't going to... That's a job for the crim...
Uau. Ué. Já tinha dado como concluída a missão. E eu surtei. Ala perdida. Boys, oh boys, oh boys.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need.
qual que é o problema do Quinten.
Clive, as you know, our time grows short. The Lord Chief Justice's vulture. Before we part, I want you to know that, though I may not always have been your most vocal ally...
Thank you. I appreciate his revenge.
It is the one and it is all that I have lived for.
But what of Lostwing?
I built Lostwing to achieve this aim. Once it is done, my comrades and I are sure of our cause, and we shall fight to the last. But there are those among us who cannot fight. Children. I would place Lostwing in their hands, if I thought it would. But a village home only to the frail and the infirm is not likely to stay a safe haven.
Vai pedir pra levar pro
And
esconderijo.
so, Clive, will you take them to your hideaway?
Falei.
That they might live?
Falei.
I will.
Thank you. I will not have it said that I did not see to the well-being. The people I speak of have withdrawn to Gotan's Bales, away from danger in case the Black Shield...
Understood. I'll make sure they...
Then the last of my preparations are... And may Griga guide us.
Isso aqui dá bastante bagulho, né? Bastante ponto.
Come then, brother. We are awaited in Gotan's Bales.
Seria tão bom ver esse lugar aqui colorido, né? Nossa, seria uma maravilha. Como é que eles não tenham virado acásticos? Tá meio suspeito. Não, tá suave.
Everyone.
barulho é
Quinton
esse?
has asked that you come with me. He can no longer guarantee your protection, but I can.
If that's what... Sid, none of us would be standing here today if it weren't... We owe him our lives. If he's saying we ain't safe in Lostwing no more, and if that's what has to happen, then so be it. We get to see...
I hope so.
Oi! You lot! Where's everyone else?
They've gone with Master Quinton.
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's manor. We have to get Quinton. It ain't just the Black Shields protecting the place. He's got a guard dog and all. They don't stand a chance against that thing. If I don't get the message to it, they're all gonna fucking die.
No. Sid! Don't worry about that. We can't let Quinton die before that...
All right. Where is this manor?
It's way over to the east, through the woods.
Promise us, Sid.
Ela achou, gente. Nossa, ele pertinho. Puta que o pariu. Eu ia andar com você, Ambrose, eu juro que eu ia. Mas aí... eu vi essa porra desse bicho aqui, a porra de um squirrel. Matar de volta. Ah, e depois de fazer isso, ele ainda... Posso? apertar 2 L2. Tá bom. Nice.
Clive, look.
Tô vendo. Vários corpos.
Don't tell me we're too late.
Eu acho que é... Meu Deus, o Quinten morreu, velho. Meu Deus, olha o tanto de gente que morreu, velho. O Quinten tá vivo.
Quentin, are you all right?
No, which is more than I can say for my comrades. They followed me without question all the way.
Ó! Ele é branco.
This must be the guard dog. Quentin. I'll hold it off. You go.
But...
Your comrades didn't die for nothing. Don't let their sacrifice be in...
I won't.
Come on, then.
That isn't only a guard dog.
No. Just a rabid beast that needs to be put down.
Falar que esse combo não é forte. Olha a velocidade que eu mato a porra dos bichos, velho. Eu fico dando 50k de dano toda hora. Eles sofrem. Eles sofrem. Simplesmente deleto eles. É muito foda.
Is it over?
It is. He wept and begged for mercy. And just as I dreamed of doing all my plans, building a haven in Lostwing, it was all for this. But what is this? My faithful comrades. All those lives lost.
Quentin.
Master Quentin! Oh!
You.
And so are you. And it's Lostwing.
What?
Inundada pelo quê? Inundada? Como assim? Água? Impossível. Ah, é por éter, né, no caso. Agora eles viraram a caixa, porque é o bagulho que eu tinha falado lá no começo, não é possível.
Lostwing. My Lostwing.
Pelo menos não são cidadãos que viraram a caixa.
Stolen in after we left, just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Don't be a fool. Damn it. Quentin's not going to last long in there.
Can we finish this quickly?
lugar, mano.
I need to get back to Quentin.
Meu Deus, meu Deus.
Quentin! Quentin! Look at me! Thank the Founder. He hasn't turned. I'm going to get you...
Incrível, né? Como só tem gente burra nessa porra. Só tem gente burra. Todo lugar. Algum tempo depois.
Welcome back to the land of the living.
Is Lostwing?
The flood has filled.
I see. Then all is at an end. A strange way to which...
No, Master Quentin.
Why?
Why?
All that I strove for is gone. I have nothing left to live for.
What the heck are you on about? You've got us, ain't you? Don't try telling me you only freed us so you could get revenge. We're more than...
I prayed, and I prayed, and you did. Can't we just go back to how it was?
Your work ain't over yet, but we believed that you were the right man to lead us, and we...
Your village may be lost, so long as you remain to guide them.
But why? Why would anyone follow?
Because we're family.
Family?
Yeah. And all our comrades who went with
Virou
you, they felt
filósofo
Lostwing weren't just a village.
It was. And as long as we're still here, it...
We can start again. Build a new Lostwing.
Essas duas meninas têm o mesmo rosto.
A fresh start. One life ends. Why just a village? What's to stop it?
That's the Master Quentin.
Please. Quentin. Well, after all. Permit me to withdraw my request. I will no longer be needing your help in looking after my people.
I'll pretend you never asked.
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our behalf. You saved my life.
A bottle or two of your finest red will suffice.
Of course. And I have a feeling that this year's vintage, if you don't mind waiting...
I look forward to it.
Tá, agora vai faltar só a missão de Rosália. Acho que é de Rosália. É de Rosália. Fica em Rosália, né? Mas é lá na marca. E aí, vai dar pra gente ir lá bater Odin.
Ah, Clive. Just the man I was hoping to see.
Oh?
You remember how some of Sir Wade's guardians took up residence here? Well, now the rest have come to join him. Seems their barracks in the Lazarus. Now, I don't mind having a few more brave boys around to keep them animals at bay. I ain't daft, but we ain't got nowhere for 'em to bed down. Poor buggers are having to make do with haylofts and chocobo pens. I'd build 'em a new barracks here if I... But where would I put 'em? There just ain't enough room up here, which leaves us in a bit of a pickle. The people we're counting on to keep us safe are living like beggars.
I see.
And it ain't just that lot. There's bears, there's been more and more of them turning up lately, coming from all over looking for... But there's only so many we can shelter with. We can't keep cramming more and more people into less and less space. What we need is an... And that's what I was hoping you might help me with. If it ain't too much...
It's no burden.
Thank you, Clyde.
So, where were you thinking of making this new home?
Well, I reckon we could do a lot worse than Eastpool.
Eastpool. It's been a long time since...
It was a tragedy, and if any of us could have done anything, but what's done is done. And those who lived there...
I suppose you're...
The blight might be pressing in, but I reckon it's got a good few years. There's just a band of cutthroats have made it their den. And they don't seem like they'll be moving up. Nasty bastards they are too. Would have sent someone to clear them out sooner, if my boys didn't already have their hands full, fended. But now we've got a few more guardians of the flame to call on. I reckon it's time we made our move.
I do. Eastpool was once home to people I loved. I won't have bandits sully those memories.
And I know the men will. I've already shared a few thoughts with Sir Wade about how we might be able to... And I dare say he's got some ideas of his own too.
Of course.
Ela falou que tem espaço pra eles morar lá. Ela não chegou a pensar em fazer 2 andares nas casas que tem um andar só.
Not just yet.
Aqui, ó, essa casa aqui tem um andar. Aquelas casas ali tem um andar. Ó, aquela outra ali tem 2 andares. É só fazer outro andar, pô.
So Wade.
And you, Lord Rosfield.
I spoke with Martha. She tells me you have plans to free...
That's right. I rather fear my men have been treading on her toes somewhat since... And then there are the bearers. Men and women who found the courage to flee them. We need somewhere to settle them. And I can think of worse places than...
As can I. Which is why I agreed to help you win it back.
That's very kind of you. I'd be most grateful if you would. With you beside us, we shall soon send that
So?
That thankfully there aren't too many of them. Fewer than... and rather less, thankfully. The road that leads there will more than... A small force would suffice to clear the village. But if the Akashic were to follow them in, that force...
I'll head into Eastpool and deal with the bandits. You and the Guardians can stay outside the village and fend off any Akashic who come too close. Make sure I'm not taken up.
I can't ask you to bear all that risk yourself, my lord.
The Akashic are the bigger risk.
Well, I shall summon my men.
Shall I wait for you?
No need, my lord. You go on ahead.
All right.
We shall see you there.
Porra, essa missão aqui tá com fala pra caralho, hein? Puta merda. Lake East. Mataram!
Kill them! You will leave this place or face the consequences.
Da puta, vai curar
That's the
ninguém.
end of that then. Or maybe not.
Como eu odeio inventar essa porra.
What's that thing doing here? Doesn't matter. It goes to.
Mesmo sem estacar com a garuda, eu ainda dei muito dano. Será que eu não preciso estacar, então? Será?
Any more surprises? I'll take that as a no.
Bravo. A magnificent display, my lord.
I thought you were keeping an eye out for a Akashic.
We were. Put down more than a few on the road, then arrived.
Let's hope it was the last of its kind. Though I expect you...
I would hope so.
Your men will be bringing the bearers who'll be living here, I see. It might be best to send word for them to come right away. Before...
Of course. I'll send orders. Leave it with me, my lord.
Leave with me, my lord.
Home. No. We're the masters now. Our lives are our own.
That's all of them. And not a sink now to begin the important work of rebuilding the place. It won't be easy. Especially not after 5 years of beasts and blackguards having their wicked way with it. The masonry might still be sturdy enough, but half the beams are rotted. Those that weren't lost in the... It'll take a bit of elbow grease. But we'll see Eastpool rise...
So wait. Lady Hannah is... If you don't mind, I'd like Oscar to join the rebuilding efforts.
Of course.
I'll let Martha know that everyone arrived safely. If you need anything more, you have only to send a Stolas.
And we will, my lord.
Eastpool lives again.
Let's go and tell Martha the good news.
Mano, você vê o que aconteceu agora, me deu uma ideia, E se em vez de usar essa porra aqui, fica ps, 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 eu usar um bagulho, tipo, ou... É que esse aqui quebra muito, né, velho? Isso que é foda. Queria tirar esse aqui, já que não preciso. Só que fica muito tempo. Só que ele quebra uma boa quantidade de Paranauê e Paraná. É bem zica. É que esse aqui nem dá dano, né, velho? Isso que é foda. Nem dá dano essa porra. A falta de ter poderes legais, mano. Então os poderes legais, tipo esse aqui é legal. Principalmente quando você defende alguma coisa. Isso aqui é meio foda-se. Com certeza vou deixar o raio do julgamento on, porque o bagulho é muito louco. Esse bagulho aqui também é muito foda. Mas eu não sei se ele é tão foda quanto o raio. Pra eu trocar de lugar, por exemplo. Se eu tirar o raio... Vamos ver. Vamos ver quanto que é essa bomba. Vamos ver se é maneiro de usar. Só que isso aqui tem que ser no começo, não pode ser no final. Mas esse pá deve ser da hora de usar. Giga Flare.
There you are. Sir Wade told me you got rid of the bandits while his lot kept an eye out. What's all this about? Some shape? On second thoughts, don't. It'll only give me nightmares of me own. What matters is, you did it.
I suppose it will be.
What else? Sir Wade's. There's plenty bad happened to that place. But that don't undo the good that happened there. No need to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Did Wade say that?
Well, anyway, the poor souls might have made it to Eastpool. So the way I see it, not if it's food or lumber or strong backs they need.
Thank you, Martha.
No, thank you.
I wanted to.
Mas eu quis. Ué. Acho que agora eu vou dar uma passada lá no esconderijo. Porque como eu fiz um monte de missão, Ô, caralho, parabéns. Porque como eu fiz um monte de missão, talvez ela liberou uns bagulho da hora. No ferreiro. Caçada, se possível, não sei. Caçada tem. Ferreiro não. Recompensa não. Vou trocar a música.
It seems the hideaway has lost its appetite.
Tem 2 novos. É, música de ação. Oh. Essa música é legal. Pô, se eu não ganhar recompensa, falta quanto ainda, velho? Eu tô com 1.500, pô. Quero ver quando liberar aquela música orquestrada de Icon. Aquela é muito louca. Olê! Nossa, falta 5. 5.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Fucking hell, velho. Oh. Temos a localidade. Esse aqui até então nada, esse aqui nada. Ala perdida, Sambrek. Ué. Homem de preto. É onde eu tava, pô. Ué. Homem de preto. Pode estar em qualquer lugar, não? Ele vai estar lá em cima? Homem de preto. Tá muito escuro. Será que ele vai estar aqui? Calma aí, eu só não vou acender a luz, porque eu não sei se ele vai estar aqui. Se ele estiver aqui, eu acendo. Homem escuro. Trombeteiro segredo.
Bring out the bearers! Let me and my mortar purge them of their sin! Still.
Caralho, caralho.
Fine hound.
Não quebra nunca, é isso mesmo? Fuck. Sei lá, não sei se é... Tá ligado? Tem que testar mais pra saber se isso aqui é melhor do que o raio lá. Não achei nada...
Your work here is done.
Caralho, que boa, tá ligado? Não achei nada de... muito sinistro não, bem de boa. Vamos pegar aquele colar dourado, vamos ver o que que é e aí a gente vai lá bater no Jin, né?
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back. You earned this.
Medalhão da Escorva. Estou enviando o item de alto e estranho nível, que não necessita de agradecimento nem de recompensa. Considere-o um lembrante de onde depositar sua lealdade.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Será que é muito bala? Aumenta a duração do tônico. Tônico coração de leão. Nem sei que tônico é esse. Nem tenho essa porra. Eu tenho um tônico robusto e litoderme. Deve ser um deve ser um tônico muito foda, né? Porque pra um bagulho dourado melhorar só 30 segundos... É pra caralho. As cidades livres de Camver, de um começo humilde, um punhado de aldeões se juntaram para formar uma aliança sólida, que agora controla boa parte do comércio mercantil do reino. Entendi. Distrito do Armazém.
Sounds like thunder.
You're late. We're starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you.
Tá todo mundo
Any
aí.
trouble on the road?
Hamid, Gav, meu tio.
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come.
Is that who I think it is? Yes.
Ué, você nem sabe quem ela tá
Allow me
pensando?
to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Midadol. But everyone calls me Mid.
Oh!
My lady.
Hey?
Caralho, ele foi meter e ela negou. Caralho. Não acredito que ele foi meter e ela negou, mano.
My boy. Uncle Byron.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
Ele achou 2 sobrinhos, né, velho? Em pouco tempo.
So these Akashic are being controlled.
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned. But silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in this city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the Merchants' District to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
Que a gente
We
encontra.
split into 2 parties. I will make for the Merchants' District, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
Médio não vai comigo? Como assim?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Pensei que o Gav ia comigo. Eu vou solo.
Shall we then?
Ah, eu vou com o Turgon, né?
And you keep Clive safe.
Ah, esqueci do meu cachorro.
Both of you.
Ai, eu vou com meu cachorrinho. É só nós dois, só nós dois. Só nós dois tá bom. Ele é bem fofinho. Lusco Fusco. O Hugo tá com medo? Quer fazer carinho.
All right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors. They don't stand a chance against those things. They're wearing Waluda armor.
Que isso, doutor? Que? Posso me mexer? Viu o que eu falei? Não sei se tá dando muito dano, não. Tem que fazer mais testes. Bateu só 42k, tô batendo mais de 50. Um segundo.
What happened to the Royal Army? There's nothing but monsters here.
Ué. Tem bicho grande aqui? O que aconteceu? Tá, não é por cá então, definitivamente. Eu vou tentar combar como se fosse o antigo, como se fosse o raio. Vou deixar ele por último. Vamos ver se vai dar dano. Eu acho que não. Aí o turbo fugiu. Deixou o cara molando. Aqui vai ter uma luta grande, não é possível.
That sounded big. Joshua and Jill must be busy.
Mano, tem 70 mil de dano.
This is the Agora, where the city's leaders gather. There may still be survivors inside.
Meu Deus do Senhor Jesus. Tá, dá muito mais dano. Muito mais dano. Puta merda, velho. Porra, foi esse? 71 mil. Sopro flamejante é essa bosta aqui, não é? Não sabia. Mano, eu derreti o cara. Eu derreti.
These creatures. Something was reach extend this far. What the hell is going on here?
Where is your master? What does he want?
Meu Deus, trolei. Caralho! Ah, legal, não dá pra colocar pra trás.
You've caused quite the commotion. But then I would expect no less from you, Muthos.
Vou lutar contra ele?
You again.
Braço
I don't
direito
believe we've been introduced.
do Barnabas.
You were in my family's crypt. And now you're here. With an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rosfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Sigmund of House Harbor.
Vou lutar com ele mesmo.
And you will yield. Or not. As long as you don't hold back.
Por enquanto tá parecendo bem fraquinho pra mim. Ah, o bagulho segue. Eu tô poupando skill. Quero ver quanto de dano que eu consigo dar nele.
You will forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame? What now? A gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir. Watch closely, Mythos. Yes! Yes! not agree.
What is this?
Actually, I wouldn't.
Oh my fucking weird! Ah, não vai durar muito, cabecinha. Ai, eu não vi que ele tava carregando, tá proteção em cima do bolinho. Bem, nada. Ai, cara, como é que eu pulo dois seguidos? Fala pra mim. Trolei, né? Mas já acabou, eu queria usar o raio nele ainda. Ah não, queria jogar um raio nele. Ai não.
The vessel is strong. My liege.
Clive!
Fala tu.
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Quem cortou isso foi o Odin.
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
Pode vir, Odin. Ai, pode vir pra caralho.
It's the king.
Ai, pode vir, menor.
Indeed.
Chamação.
You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Walud.
Get back.
Vou ajoelhar porra nenhuma, tá lá. Invoca a sua espada, pô. Tá em choque? Ai, tá fazendo cascatagem. Eu não vi raiva.
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing.
E não é?
No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised.
Try it.
As all the rest.
Joshua!
Mano, não é que eu sou fraco, é que a porra da sua lâmina corta tudo, mano. É injusto pra caralho. Como é que eu vou enfrentar um filho da puta aqui? Eita porra. Ela pegou a Shiva, foda-se. Nossa, ela vai morrer, mano.
Oi! Oi! This way! Hurry!
Ai, velho, a Jill vai morrer, cara.
Power beyond reckoning, and they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Mano, não tô acreditando que a Jill vai se matar, mano. Ai, não, eu nem comi ela ainda, cara. Eu tô muito triste.
Will he be all right?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we were up to, they'd all want a piece. All right?
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. but he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gale into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You got mad or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake.
My boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help. And the world won't save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
Don't you dare do that again.
What of the Royalists?
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. The Iron Hair wouldn't sail without him. Clive. Jill didn't come back.
What do you mean?
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
The ether of her icon endures. And as long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
Ela tá lutando até agora? Mano, dá uma pausa, né? Sei lá. Ela se congelou.
I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But do you have an idea?
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose he might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself.
Eu sei que tá claro. Será que lá vai estar... Lá nunca tá de noite, né? Vou desativar. Nunca tá de noite aí.
Right. Gav said that Otto might know something.
É isso. Esse restante aqui a gente deixa pra amanhã. Caralho, por que Cadil fez isso, cara? Ou era só congelar o maluco e vazar?
So what do I owe the honor? So will it be?
Consigo deixar ela mais um.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
E deixar ela mais dois.
My best work, but it'll do.
Espada rúnica. Acho que é a primeira vez que uma espada verde é mais forte do que a outra que eu tava, né?
And?
É nada, é isso, é só isso. Fé, né? Muita fé. 2 níveis só. Um pouquinho.